aka Day9, and I am experimenting with musical interludes. That said, this audio is Hallmarks of Expert Play Part 2, Redundancy and Purpose. The two concepts I'm going to present in this audio are simple enough to state, but they have really powerful applications all throughout your gameplay. And the idea is that by keeping both of these in mind at all points in time, this will help you clean up your play a little bit and smooth things out. With that in mind, let's begin talking about redundancy. I was recently watching a friend of mine play a Zerg vs Protoss, and when his Protoss opponent went Corsair, my friend responded by getting both an evolution chamber to throw down some spores, and he got a Hydralisk den as well. Immediately I pointed out that he should do one or the other, because by getting both he's in essence double defending against Corsairs. That is, his play is redundant. You never want to end up defending against the same thing twice because it's a waste of resources, and considering how fragile of a game Starcraft is anyways, spending extra money defending the same thing more than once can lead to huge problems later on in the game. The notion of redundancy appears earliest on in a player's evolution in terms of defense. Don't make too much static defense because having a big army accomplishes the same purpose. You don't need a huge pack of cannons at the front of your base if you have enough troops to adequately defend an attack. One or the other will do just fine. I'm sure at this point many of you are thinking to yourself, yeah, well obviously I don't want to have redundant elements in my gameplay. That said, I'm bringing it up because it's really easy for this redundancy to kind of sneak up on you, that in the moment of gameplay you'll perform an action that seems totally reasonable, but it's really important to take the time and reflect and make sure that it's not an unnecessary action. So, let's do some examples. A lot of Terran players nowadays really like that flash style, really fast +1/+1 upgrades for their mech army. The problem is I'll see a lot of players get this armory, but then they'll also get an engineering bay and make a whole bunch of turrets around their base to hold off a shuttle harass. If you get the armory that quickly, you can get Goliaths to defend against the attack instead. By getting the armory with Goliaths and then getting a bunch of turrets, you've effectively wasted a whole bunch of minerals on the engineering bay and the turrets. On Bluestorm, you'll see Flash oftentimes when he does his signature build. He'll end up getting a handful of Goliaths to hold off the attack, and then all that money that would have been spent on turrets and in an engineering bay, he can instead spend on a command center, expanding once again really quickly. So by eliminating that little bit of redundancy, he had these extra resources that he could use to his advantage. The type of play that Flash does in his style is what I would call removing redundancy outside of the game. Flash sat down before the game even started and planned out how he was going to hold off that shuttle harass and get the +1 attack upgrade. So, let me also take the time to illustrate someone playing redundantly by making poor decisions within a game. In many of the Zerg vs Protoss games that I've played on Requiem, my Protoss opponents will opt for a 2-gate Zealot Rush aggressive opening because the starting positions are so close and because gaining control of someone's front ramp is absolutely critical in the game. Let's say I'm playing one of these types of games and the Protoss player prevents me from getting an expansion and I'm sitting in my main with 2 hatches and a bunch of Zealots in my rear. In this situation, I like to go Lurkers because it's a good way to sort of bust the ramp, and since the Protoss has me walled in, he totally gets the opportunity to see exactly what I'm doing. So now I have a Protoss opponent who opened 2-gate and knows his Zerg opponent is going Lurkers. At this point in time, my opponents generally make the exact same mistake every single time that allows me to win. They get both cannons and observers. Logically, it seems to make sense, because if you get the Forge, you can make a whole bunch of cannons on top of my ramp to sort of bolster that wall in. Additionally, you're going to get the observers, so that way you can see the Lurkers too. However, this is how the game ends up playing out. I get 4 Lurkers, a bunch of Zerglings, and I easily break the Zealot cannon contain at my front. Afterwards, by the time I get to his base, he has 2 or 3 Dragoons and an Observer that happily get to have vision of the Lurkers and Zerglings which proceed to kill him. By getting both the cannons and the observers, the Protoss player ended up with not enough units. He was so mentally focused on detection that he sort of forgot the idea that he needs to both have stuff to kill the Lurkers and be able to see the Lurkers at the same time. Ideally, The Protoss would do one or the other. If he opts for Observers, he could go 3-gate Zealot Dragoon with Observers, and do a pretty good job of holding off this Lurker Zergling push, which is what's happened in my experience. Alternatively, he can get the Forge and the cannons and make a bunch of cannons at my ramp, holding me in, as well as a bunch of cannons outside his natural expansion. So once I do break this contain, I get to his base, and I can't do anything more. There's a wall of cannons and a handful more units. And then the Protoss gets to play from there. As you slowly improve in Starcraft, not only will you see more ways to eliminate redundancy in your play, but you'll also get the opportunity to eliminate it in ways you couldn't before by using your new in-game skill. So for example, if you're really good at watching the minimap and moving your Hydralisks around, you can delay getting Scourge against dropships, because your Hydralisks can hold off the drops just as well. Terrific. Now you're a player who's excellent at eliminating redundant components to his play. Now this brings us to the next part of this audio rant, which is the notion of purpose. Again, the notion of purpose is very simple to state, but has tremendously powerful applications to all levels of play. The notion of purpose is this. Any of the decisions that you make, such as units to build or buildings to make sure that each of them always has a purpose. And make sure it doesn't just have a one-time use sort of purpose. Make sure the purpose continues all game long. The simplest example of this concept comes in Protoss vs. Zerg, where the Protoss player early expands. He gets that Forge so he can put cannons at his front and not die to any sort of early attack. However, it seems a little bit wasteful to get a Forge that fast if its only purpose is cannons. As a result, we see a lot of Protoss players get the +1 attack upgrade really quickly. As a result, the Protoss player comes out with a really big, fast +1 Zealot leg speed armor. Likewise, if you're a Zerg player against a Protoss player and your opponent goes for a really fast Corsair play, if you want to make an Evolution Chamber and Spores to hold off the Corsairs, it would be a very good idea to start upgrading that +1 Carapace upgrade very early. That way your Evolution Chamber isn't going to waste just to hold off these Corsairs. At very high levels of play, making sure everything has purpose is the birthplace for some of the best builds and the most revolutionary styles we've seen to date. Consider Fantasy's Terran vs. Zerg mech build used in the OSL semifinals against GG play. In these games, Fantasy opened up with really fast vultures, and then got a dropship, and expanded really quickly, and he used the vulture harass in the Zerg's main with this dropship to allow this expansion to get up and running safely, and to potentially do a lot of damage to Zerg. Now that opening by itself is very clever, because it's a great way to get a safe expansion and transition into mech. However, Fantasy brilliantly started going with Valkyries the instant he got his armory up. That starport, which he got so fast for those dropships, its purpose didn't end with the dropship harass. It was immediately put into use with all these Valkyries. As a result, Fantasy didn't have to spend so much money getting a bunch of factories and a bunch of turrets early. To hold off a fast Mutalisk counterattack, all Fantasy needed was 2 factories and these Valkyries. Valkyries that were key to his early game play. In another example, let's consider the modern state of Zerg vs. Protoss. A lot of Protoss players picked up on this Bisu-style build, which was dominating Zerg players for a very long time, until Zerg players started focusing on getting a bunch of Scourge early and then getting Hydralisks. That way, the Scourge would sort of negate this air control that the Corsairs provided, and the Hydralisks would allow the Zerg player to get a little bit more map control. However, a lot of Protoss players started to stop making Corsairs when they saw these Scourge. Naturally, the Protoss player thinks, oh, a bunch of Scourge? I'm not going to get air control. So Protoss players would give up the attempt to get air control. Now, Zerg players have put that Spire to more use. They've given that Spire a greater purpose in the mid and late game stages. You'll see Zerg players Get a delayed pack of 12 Mutalisks, like around 90 food, like really late pack of Mutalisks. And because the Protoss player has given up on air control, the Zerg player has the opportunity to snipe off Templar and to even potentially walk into the back of Protoss's main. Such examples demonstrate how necessary and powerful it is to sort of eliminate redundancy and to provide purpose to everything you do in your play. With players getting better and better and better, you end up walking along these razor-thin margins of resource management. So if you're spending too much of your resources in one direction, you'll end up losing very, very quickly. Rarely will you hear me say that any particular style of play is best. Rather, what I encourage is for you to construct your own builds, for you to find your own solutions, and to definitely keep these high-level advice and idea in mind. Hello everyone, this is Sean Plott, aka Day9, presenting today a new look at build orders. Naturally, before I begin anything, I must apologize for the extended delay on this podcast. I just had a whole bunch of the end of the year stuff going on with finishing up all my school projects and finals, and now I have an internship starting up, and I had to do my laundry, and it was a really good taco I ate. But finally, I have some free time. Rather than ask for your forgiveness, though, I figured it would be significantly more kick-ass if I presented on what I feel is the most important component of Starcraft strategy, and that is how you look at build orders and how you think about them in the proper way. I find build orders to be such an important topic of discussion because the way that people discuss them in the forums is actually quite bad, and I would say flat out wrong in most circumstances. So I'm going to divide this talk into the following 4 sections. First, I want to ask the most basic questions about build orders, and I'm going to answer them in this incorrect way I just mentioned. And I'm going to point out all the flaws in that line of reasoning. In part 2, I'm going to ask those same basic questions again, but I'm going to answer them properly, avoiding the mistakes that I discussed in part 1, and more importantly, highlighting the strength and versatility of the proper line of reasoning. In part 3, I'm going to take a very simple example of the proper thought process in build orders and apply it to a very simple situation. As a result, I can go super duper in-depth into a build order that most people are very familiar with and isn't too tricky. Then in part 4, I'm going to wrap up with a personal example of how I constructed a build order from scratch using this appropriate line of reasoning, and I'll also include how I could have gotten sidetracked or made a whole bunch of mistakes if I thought about it incorrectly. So without further ado, let's begin part 1. The 2 questions that I want to ask that are really the most simple questions that you can ask are the following. What is a build order, and how do we talk about it? The reason I think it's important to ask those 2 different questions is that, surprisingly, most people think the answer to these 2 questions is the same. They will say, okay, the food is your unit count in the top right corner of the screen, and a build order is a list of instructions based on that food. So a build order for a 2-gate Protoss would be 8 pylon, 10 gate, 12 gate, etc. And then when they answer the question, how do you talk about a build, they say, well, you talk about it using that unit count in the top right corner. We always discuss builds in regards to this food number. Obviously, there are good bits of truth in this answer because in a game like Starcraft, when you're trying to figure out the appropriate time to build something, you don't have a clock in the game, so using food or unit count as a notation is very, very convenient and very accurate. Here's the big problem I have with the answers I just gave. If you think about it, this food-based instruction set is extremely detailed. That's a huge level of accuracy and precision in terms of telling you when to build things. And if you have something that's that precise, there had to have been some step beforehand that led to that instruction set. For example, let's take this recent shift to 5-hatch Hydralisk into Mutalisk in Zerg vs. Protoss. The player didn't wake up one day and magically have this perfect build order. He sort of shaped and sculpted a whole bunch of various ideas together and smoothed it down and refined it until he had a very clean, smooth 5-hatch Hydra into Mutalisk build order. That instruction set that we all use nowadays was the final end product of a very long process. Moreover, the concepts, all the ideas, the tests, the failures, the successes of this build are hidden when you just look at this list of instructions based on your food. The final product, this instruction set, is tremendously problematic for players who are on forums discussing, sharing, and learning new build orders. The two biggest problems is that players can't deal with variations in gameplay, and they also have no understanding about their builds. So for instance, a player will learn this 5-hatch Hydra build, but what happens if suddenly his opponent gets a whole bunch of gateways early on and pressures him with zealots? That player will feel totally lost because now his instruction set can't be used appropriately. If he tries to make drones here, when he gets attacked, he'll die, so he feels pressure to make Hydralisks. But now he doesn't have enough money to make Mutalisks later, and it's just a big mess. Moreover, their understanding of all the underlying concepts of the build are lost. They might not even want to do this build on a new map. They do it anyways, and they have a whole bunch of failures, and they just don't know why. Or they'll be doing the build perfectly, making all the units that they need to and getting all the timings right, but they won't be using the units properly. They won't be positioning the units properly. All these little subtle details along the way. With all that in mind, let's move on to part 2. I'm going to ask those same basic questions again, but there's one crucial idea I want to keep in mind. Remember how I said that there was some step before this detailed instruction set? I want to make sure to focus on that step. That is the key to answering any question about build orders. So again, let's ask the question, what is a build order? A build order is an optimization of an idea. That is, it's the best possible way to do something. Now, I do mean idea in as broad a sense as possible. An idea could be something as simple as, hey, if I have +1 upgrade for my zealots for attack, they can kill a Zergling in 2 hits. So we have a lot of builds that now revolve around getting that upgrade very quickly. Or a Terran player might say, wow, Zergs really like Mutalisks and Lurkers against me. Maybe I can try to kill him before he can get the player's pet going. Now all of a sudden we have bunker rushes and fast tank pushes being motivated from this idea. Your idea could be something tactical, like, wow, this bridge is really narrow. I bet if I controlled this, my opponent would have a real hard time breaking out of his front, which is an idea that's really crucial to destination. That is a great motivator for a huge number of builds. And although it sounds a little vague to say that a build is an optimization of an idea, I want to use that definition because it's very important that I keep referring back to my initial idea and make sure that I'm not contradicting that or violating it in some way. Now it's time for the second question. How do we talk about build orders? I want you to know that this is the most important segment of this entire presentation. Alright, get ready. A build order is divided into several key components. These key components are the things that are critical for accomplishing your idea. A build order, therefore, is how you arrange these key components leading up to the execution of your idea. The most important aspect of this notion of build orders is that you can rearrange these key components and you still will end up accomplishing the same big idea you had in mind if you do it right. Way too many Starcraft players think of strategy as this huge branching tree that you open with strategy path. And if you see your opponent do this, you move down this deviation on the left. And if he does that, you move down this deviation on the right. What a clever player does is he says, I want to go down this middle path. And my responses are not going to be going down these different deviations on the left and right. Rather, I am going to rearrange the key elements of my build in different fashions to make sure I'm always going down that middle path so that everything's the same in the end anyway. After I have figured out all the rearrangements based upon the various responses, that is when I start fleshing them out and getting them down very precisely until at the very, very end, I have an instruction set based upon food that I can execute every single time. Notice that the food instruction set that most people would describe as the build order was in fact the last final thing that we did when we were trying to make a build. And if all of this sounds super abstract and theoretical, don't worry, because I'm going to move on to part 3 right now. A super simple example that will demonstrate these ideas in real games. So suppose that you're a Terran player, and you've been having trouble against Zerg. Here is a good idea for a build order. You would say to yourself, I'm having a lot of trouble against mutas and lurkers. Maybe I can kill that Zerg player before he even gets them. I'll need some tanks to break down his functions in the front, and I'll need some medic marines to defend my tanks, and to run in once those somethings are broken. And hopefully if I do this right, my Zerg player will be dead before he even gets his layer tech off the ground. Great. Our big idea is killing Zerg before layer tech with a medic marine tank push. Now it's time to identify the key components to this build. What are all the things that are necessary to make this build work? I came up with a list of 6 key elements, which might seem like a lot, but it's a hell of a lot less than remembering every little instruction of some detailed build order that you find in forums. So with that said, number 1, I need to get 2 barracks up so I have enough medic marines to defend my tanks. 2, I need a factory so I can I need to get an academy so I can research STEM and get my fire bats and my medics. 5, I need STEM for my marines and fire bats because they're really not very good without it. And potentially 6 for maybe an engineering bay. Again, I want to list it because I might need it but there is a chance that my build is so good that it always functions as though before this. So I might not need the engineering right now. So right now I have 6 elements listed. 1, I need a second barrack. 2, I need a factory. 3, I need an academy. 4 and 5 are siege and stim, and 6 is potentially this engineering bay. Alright, sweet. Right now, note that you haven't played a game yet. You're just a Terran player sitting alone in the room still devising a strategy. And it's important before you pick up and play that first game is to have some arrangement, some logical arrangement to the elements of mind. Most logical thing is first, start with build my engineering base last. Because again, I can't conceive of needing it early because you can't get mulas that fast. The whole point of the build is to kill them before you get mulas. And the only reason to get it early would be to get some sort of attack or defense upgrade, but I don't think that'll be done in time for the tank push, so eBay would probably come last. Siege mode would obviously come second to last, because I would want to start researching it at a time so that it would finish right when the tanks get to the front of his base. Stim would come next before that, so I would have Stim by the time I get to his base, perhaps along the way. So right now, my last 3 elements in order are Stim, and engineering base. Now I have the 3 perhaps most important components of this build, which is the 2 factories, the barracks, and the academy. So continuing in this reverse direction, the academy seems like the last of those 3 that I'll get, because I don't need the fire bats and the medics too early, because I can just hold my ramp with marines early on. And again, I'm not rushing to get Stim early. So right now, the only things we have left are the 2 barracks and the factory. And the last 4 elements, in order, are going to be the academy, Stim, siege mode, and an engineering bay. Now there's a little bit of debate about whether I should make that second barracks first and the factory behind. If I make the barracks first, I have a whole lot more units early on, and I'll have a lot more medic marines when my tank push comes out, but it'll be a little bit slower. Likewise, if I get the factory first, my tank push will begin earlier, but I might not have as many units as I did before. The most important thing when you're faced with this sort of play-out analysis is you're not sure. So right now, I am just going to pick 2 barracks first, followed by the factory, and my academy, Stim, siege mode, and an engineering bay. Now it's time for me as the Terran player to start playing the game, and what I'm going to do now is think about how to make these key elements relative to one another. I have an ordering for them, but I might say start siege mode when Stim pack is half done. Or I might wait till my second barracks is finished before I even consider building my factory. Or I might even build my factory while my second barracks is open. All these sorts of things are what you flesh out through playing your build order several times in a row. Anytime you're doing a build in practice and you have these key elements all set up and everything seems to be going well, you'll still have a handful of big questions that you'll need to answer. So for example, with this fast tank push build, an excellent question is, should I be cutting marine production at any time? Should I stop making marines right at the start because I fill that factory up really fast and then go right back to pumping out marines for if you're unsure again, just pick something and test it out. For example, let's say I'm my Terran player and I start out, I get my 2 barracks, which is my first key element, and I make 5 marines before I get my factory started. And then I do everything as appropriate. I get my academy a little while afterwards, and then I can spin siege mode and move out with my medic marine army. I might get to his base and say to myself, wow, I'm a little bit late with this tank. He already has his layer unit and I'm having trouble even getting the tank started. Moreover, I seem to have way too many medic marines. Well, okay, duh. Earlier on, I clearly made too many marines, because I seem to have an excess, and that also appears to have delayed my tank push. So then I might cut back and say, okay, well let me make only 1 marine. So let's say I've now done this build like 10 times or something like that, and everything is feeling really, really good. I have all my timing set out, I have this ordering of my key components, and when I build them, is based on the other key elements. I don't say something like, make my academy at 30 food. I would say something like, make the academy when the factory is halfway done. As a result, I'll have a much easier sort of timing set should I encounter any sort of variation. Now with this in mind, let's think about the true power of using this key component build order set. Let's say, for some reason, that in those 10 games I practiced where everything was feeling really great, I was only playing against super standard Zerg, who did something like 3 hatch opening and a gas on 16 straight for a layer for mutalisks. Suppose that in my 11th game doing this build, I encounter some Zerg player who's doing 3 hatch mass Zergling. He seems to have spent his first 100 gas on Zergling speed, and I'm seeing very few drones being made out of those hatcheries. Well, what do I see now? Well, the key idea of my build was to try to kill my opponent right before he got his layer units up and running, right before those mutalisks and lurkers came around. So, the appropriate way to respond is not to discard this little is to rearrange the elements to respond to these Zerglings. So an appropriate response would be to get the academy before the fact. As a result, I could get more fire back and a bigger medic marine army later. But again, this is okay. It's okay that my fast tank push is a little bit later, because his layer is a little bit later as well. So again, I still get my spin mode and my tank coming out with the same relative timing that I was using before. I just got that academy done before the factory. That way I could get more anti-Zergling units, so my later push could deal with his mass Zergling army, but still crush him before he got those mutalisks out. Suppose in my 12th game doing this strategy, that I encounter an opponent who's going fast 9-pool speed Zerglings against me. I can't now suddenly just get 1 marine and go straight to my factory as I was in my original build. I should be getting a lot more marines early on to build off that Zergling number. Moreover, this again doesn't screw me up. The idea of my tank suddenly isn't validated when I got Zergling first. He's still almost certainly going to be expanding and getting mutalisks. So it's okay for me to make those extra marines and then proceed as normal and get my factory, my academy, my spin speed, and my engineering base. This is the key idea that I hammer home again and again. A strong player with a good idea for a build does not look for ways to deviate away from his build based upon what is apparent. Rather, he looks for ways to rearrange all the crucial elements of his build so that he can continue down the same path that he wants every single game. It's all about rearranging the elements, not about deviating and changing your game plan. With all this in mind, I want to move on to part 4, which is a personal anecdote of how I created a Zerg vs. Terran build on Gaia using this build order that I just described. I started with a general idea, identified the key components, and then figured out how I would respond to all the different Terran openings to make sure that my build order worked the exact way I wanted every time. Before I go ahead, note that this build is not political position. That is, it is not for copyright or copyright or copyright or copyright. This is totally different. So, let's suppose that my twin and I are on opposite sides of the like I'm top right and he's top left. Or I'm bottom left, top left. This question I have asked myself when I'm developing my building style of partner. What do I want my mid-game to look like? The answer to that question is my big idea of my build. That has a lot to do with the fact that mid-games tend to converge in Starcraft, which is a whole other discussion. But again, sort of move right to it, ask myself, what do I want my mid-game to look like? On Gaia, I note that in the center, that wide open lane, not quite an open circle like on Lost Temple or on Luna. It's more of a wide path. So when I look at that, I think in the mid-game, I want a really big Lurker Hydra army to crush Terran's first push. That is my big idea. Open up with local leaders like that, but it's a big game on the Hydras and Lurkers So, obviously, the three upgrades, Hydra, Range, and Lurkers. I also want 2 evolution chambers, upgrading +1/+1. I want 2 extra gas, so I have 4 gas total. I want those expansions to be my side expansion and my natural at the other main. I don't want to take the other main on my side because my big Hydra Lurk army is a little slow, so if that main got dropped, it's kind of tough to get all my units up there. However, if I just took the natural at that main, my Hydra Lurk can just mosey right over there and defend it much more easily. I need a Spire so I can get Scourge to kill dropships. Because again, my Hydra Lurk isn't too mobile. If I have a big Hydra Lurk army in the middle to hold his push, and he drops in my main, it's pretty tough for me to get all the way back into my main. So those are pretty deadly. I also want Overlord speed, because it's really nice to be able to spot his army completely. I'm not going to be doing any cute harassment stuff with Mutalisks, so I won't get the vision potential given by those Mutalisks. I need Overlord's position in really nice places. Again, these Overlords with speed are also instrumental in holding off dropships with the Scourge. And the last component I want is a Queen's Nest.
What's up, Marco? We're doing good, bro. We're doing good.
What I'm doing in the late game.
We're doing really good. I just got I ordered a new phone for my birthday.
So my short list of key components.
On the 4th of July is my birthday, so I treat myself with a new phone. I got the Google Pixel 7.
Overlord speed.
It's a cheap phone, but very good, is what I read. So I went with that one. Because like fuck it, I'm not fucking paying 1K for one iPhone. They are too rich and I'm too poor to still like giving them insane money.
I'm gonna be going 12 hatch, cool 13 hatch. Totally normal opening, gets me a lot of drones. Awesome. Let's talk about when my opponent does a fast tank push, the same tank push I described earlier in this talk. First of all, think about what Zerg actually does. The Zerg sends his scouting drone out, sees 2 barracks, a refinery going up town, and that drone has to leave. Fortunately, I do have the following information. My Terran opponent is pretty much not doing some sort of one-base play against me.
I mean, I'm not really unhappy with the iPhones I had, but you know, like iPhone 5, iPhone 8. But
so in my base, I'm going to open up with my.
I mean, it's just too expensive, bro. Like.
Go for layer and get lurkers and zergling speed, but I'm going to cut drone production to make sure I have enough units. I'm also going to be getting my Spire alongside that lurker ling combination, because I know that, for example, if he did some sort of fast tank push, a lot of players will follow that up with a dropship, or he might even go straight for dropship. And it's really important that as I push out more to the middle of the map, that I have the Scourge in time to kill any dropship harassers. The potential concern would be that if I am getting this,
I was thinking about getting the Samsung,
that my economy will be wounded.
how it's called, A54. But yeah, I think like if you compare the reviews of Google Pixel 7 with the Samsung A54, is just like this. Google Pixel 7 makes sense.
My opponent is one basing, so his economy is behind as well. So it's okay that
So I will be trying that and
it's more important for me to just
see how much I like it.
So in some circumstances, if I know that I won't be able to get out of my base, let's say he's really aggressive and he has, a bunch of bunkers and turrets outside my base, I'm totally comfortable getting my evolution chambers early on. I might not get 2 evolution chambers to get +1 range attack and +1 repair pace, but I'll throw down 1 to get repair pace upgrade early on. And again, if I'm still being held in my base and I can't...
And reading books, Atomic Habits? What is that about? What is that about, Marco?
Just briefly, maybe getting 6 or 7 drones.
I'm also reading books this way these days, but not that. I'm reading a Sherlock Holmes book.
That ranged attack upgrade. As a result, in the end, I'll have that same mid-game plan that I wanted. I'll have all my expansions, my big Hydra Lurk army in the middle, but it will have been significantly delayed because of this early pressure my Terran opponent put on. And again, this is totally fine, because my Terran opponent significantly delayed his expansion. As a matter of fact, I played pretty similarly.
I won Siemens. Homie, honestly, I didn't hear about Siemens since... Like, do you remember the old mobiles? That they were like color, maybe orange or something like that? Like very old school phone mobiles, That's the last Siemens I hear about.
Against one base play from Terran that seems to be Medic Marine base, I simply delay getting my 2 gas expansions and focus more on getting all those critical upgrades and buildings first, like the Fire, the Evo Chamber. In some circumstances, the Terran player won't even expand for a while after his 1 base opening. He'll add on a 3rd or maybe even a 4th barracks and start pushing you aggressively with 1 factory and 1 starport making vessels and 4 racks making marines. Since that's pretty difficult to deal with without making a lot of units, I will just happily delay my 3rd and 4th expansion. I'll generally take my 3rd gas right when I bust out of whatever early pressure is, but I'll be totally comfortable waiting a little while to take that 4th gas to ensure that I am in fact making enough units to continue to hold off his aggression. In all cases, the end result is that in the mid-game, I have a big Hydra Lurk army, I have 4 gas, 2 Evo chambers, a Spire, and Overlord speed upgrade. And after I've done all that and I'm feeling pretty content, that's when I throw down the Queen's Nest in all these circumstances. Let's consider something totally different. Let's say I scout into his base, and I see my Terran opponent has 1 barrack and a refinery. Immediately I know he's doing some sort of fast tech opening. Briefly, I'm going to ignore cases where he goes all-out mech, like does some sort of Goliath Vulture composition for the remainder of the game. I'm going to stick to these Medic Marine armies, and we'll address that in a little bit. But so right now, based upon Medic Marine openings, he could be going for a fast dropship, he could be going 2-port Wraith, he could be going for a 1-factory Vulture Harass into Expand, and then get a bunch of Medic Marine. All these sorts of techie, annoying options. If I see this, then I do begin with 3 hatch, but I will get a Hydralisk Den, and then I'll get speed really early on. As a result, I can handle some Vultures running into my main, I can handle Wraiths, I can fend those off pretty easily. I also can deal with, even when he does weird stuff, like goes 1 racks fast Academy and comes out with super fast Fire Bats or something like that. Because I have these Hydras with range, I can hold all of that off effectively. And then, once I get my layer up, note that I'm getting layer before I get range for Hydras. Once I get that layer up, I research Lurker Spawn, and again, I move out into the middle, throw a bunch of Lurkers there, and then I take my 3rd and 4th gas. And everything's pretty much the same from here on out. I opened up with Hydralisks and delayed my layer and to hold off his early aggression stuff. But after that, I pretty much went for lurkers, took control of the middle, and now I'm using the powering drones. Going back and getting my +1/+1 upgrade. I probably will have already gotten speed for overlords. Sorry, there's a huge truck passing by. I'll let that one go by. Okay, I'll probably have gotten speed overlords already if I see him doing something like fast race. If he's not doing that, I may well skip it and get a spire followed by that overlord speed upgrade to sort of wrap things up. And again, my mid-game is identical in the circumstance. And then let's finally consider the most common opening for King. He opens up with a 1 Rax early expand, or even 2 Rax fast expand, something like that. In this circumstance, I'm more than happy to make some drones early on. I'm still going to be pushing out with Lurker Ling early, but instead of maybe 36 to 40 Lings, if he was doing something I might have somewhere like 15 to 24 Lings. Just enough with my Lurkers for me to push out into mid and secure that wide alleyway so I can take my 2 expansions. And then I'm very comfortable powering drones for a little bit. And then I'll get my +1/+1 upgrades before I get range and speed. Because again, I only really need range and speed right before his big attack in the middle. And after I take these 2 expansions and I get my +1/+1 upgrade, that's when I generally get my for the Scourge and dropship control. An interesting thing to note is that I didn't mention Overlord's speed in this discussion against early expanding. What I discovered when I did this Hydra Lurk opening is that there were a handful of circumstances where I did have to compensate. One of those circumstances is when my Terran opponent would early expand and get 2 factories very, very quickly. When his middle game push came out, although it came out about a minute later, around the 10-minute 30-second mark, as opposed to the usual 9-minute 30-second mark for an early push. Even though his push was a little bit later, it just had so many tanks that I had a huge amount of difficulty despite the fact that I had this oversized Hydra Lurk. As a result, against an early expanding player, I tend to get my Overlord speed upgrade very quickly to see if he is getting that 2 factory play. In circumstances where he is doing that, I generally just skip Hydras altogether, and I go straight for a hive. I just generally do the Lurker Ling, and then go straight to Guardians and Ultras and Defilers and all that stuff. And also, you'll note that I skipped talking about mech. Hydra Lurk is quite bad against mech play, so I also have a transition out from that. Remember that I said against a one-basing, gassing Terran player, I generally open up with Hydras with range upgrade early and then go straight for layer. If it appears that he's going mech, I won't get Lurkers, I'll just throw down a Spire. And that way he's forced to make some Goliaths early on, and he's forced to make some tanks early on to deal with my Hydras. This allows me to take 2 more expansions as usual, and then instead of going a Hydra Lurker army, I'm going a Hydra Muta army. Let me sort of recap. I've done a whole bunch of on all sorts of areas. In essence, what I'm doing is against one big thing out of I'm delaying my expansion to get more upgrades, Spire ability, all that critical upgrade stuff. Against the one basic mech player, I open up with Hydra. Continuing going medicine, I transition into that same local Hydra player. And if he's going more mech, I transition smoothly into a Muta Hydra block of expansion. If he's early expanding, I just push out into the middle as normal and expand a little bit more as the more drones, then go back and get all those critical upgrades and bring like the Fire +1/+1 upgrade. And if he is in fact going for this 2 factory really fast, I just smoothly transition away to this Hive type play. In all circumstances, I tried as hard as I could to make my big idea work, to try to get this Hydra Lurk army to work in the middle. And you'll note that for the most part, I got that to work in every case except for 2. Cases where he maxes and cases where he goes early expand 2 factories. All the rest of the time, I did an excellent job of forcing the game to go down the exact path that I wanted to. So again, even if all this just seemed like blabber, the important thing to note is to force your gameplay down one path by rearranging all the components of your big list. So, slight apologies for having a little bit long audio, but hopefully this was really helpful, and I'm actually glad I took long to talk about this concept, because really, thinking about world order in the right way is so much. Try to focus on food instruction sets, you'll get lost in all the details and miss out on the big picture. So start with the big picture, then work your way down at the end to that food instruction. All these things I just described, I do have a loose notion of what I'm doing based on food, but all of that is based upon my foundational logic that I began at the outset of everything. So, yeah, good luck everyone. Cheers. Hey everyone, this is Sean Plott, aka Day9, presenting today a strategic technique that I call sidestepping. In this podcast, I'm going to begin by going through some definitions and a really extended example of what sidestepping is, and then we'll wrap up with a whole bunch more examples just so you have a much broader sense of its applications. In a very simple sense, sidestepping is completely avoiding a strategy or tactic that your opponent would be really good at countering or crushing. Now, most of you are thinking that this is totally obvious, but I want to stop for a minute and think about the way that your thought process develops over time as you're playing Starcraft, or really any strategy game. So, think back to when you were a disgusting, revolting newbie. The classic mistake that I'm sure you made, and virtually all big newbies make, is to obsess about defense. When the game starts, they freak out and build a million turrets lining their base, they have 50 bunkers and 1,000 tanks behind it, and they never move out no matter what. Virtually anyone on this podcast right now is likely broken this shell long ago. Now you're all proud of the fact that you try to be aggressive and try to get to your opponent's base. What's most interesting to me about this defense monkey phase is that when most players break it, it's not really a gradual process. It's not that they get slowly less and less defensive over time. It tends to be that they figure out a strategy or tactic that works really well, and then, subsequently, their entire thought process revolves around figuring out how to kill their opponent as quickly as possible. So for instance, when I was involved with my Zerg vs. Terran, I just rushed for lurkers every single game no matter what. And if that didn't work, I would try to lurker drop it. And if that didn't work, I lost. And that was like my entire game plan. Interestingly, this thought process becomes very hard to break because it develops into more of an instinct or an impulse in the middle of a game, rather than a series of conscious thoughts and decisions. For instance, in a Zerg vs. Zerg, one player's Spire might be behind his opponent's by 300 hit points. A lot of times, this player will panic, send all the Zerglings to try to kill his opponent, and it won't work at all. Now what position is this player in? Not only is his Spire tech behind, but suddenly he has no Zerglings whatsoever, and is in virtually no situation to put any pressure on his opponent for the rest of the game. In Zerg vs. Terran, you see a lot of Zergs open up with the standard 3-hatch or 2-hatch Mutalisk Zergling harass, but they'll become so obsessed with the idea of being really aggressive and harass-oriented that they develop into a player who has no transition out of that phase. They will only Mutalisk Zergling until their opponent is dead, or they've lost. You'll see the Protoss player start being concerned his Zerg opponent's on the whole map. The Protoss will send his whole army to die to a giant defense of sunken spores and lurkers. I made it fairly clear that each of these players is making a mistake. However, I stopped to think about what the thought process of that player is in his post-game analysis. Not just in the game, but afterwards when he re-watches the replay and has time to reflect. In the Zerg vs. Zerg game, the player looks at it and says, well, I was behind on Spire Tech, so he was going to be ahead of me in Mutalisks, so I guess I need to figure out a better way to kill him before he gets those Mutalisks. My Zergling attack didn't work then, so I suppose I need to make more Zerglings, or maybe I need to wait a little while later to attack with those Zerglings, or maybe a little earlier. Maybe I can kill off enough of his Zerglings so that I can build a sunken colony on the edge of his creep. The Zerg vs. Terran player probably re-watched that game and said, it seems like there were some more holes in his defense that I could have abused with some more Zerglings and some more Mutalisks. I guess I'll cut down on drones even more so that way I can abuse those holes with more efficiency, and that way I'll be able to harass them to death. The Protoss player says to himself afterwards,
Man, that Zerg player really was expanding a whole bunch. I guess I need to work on the timing of that attack, maybe micro my units better and storm a little better, because I just can't let that Zerg player get all those expansions up, or else I'm doomed. Now this analysis seems okay. It seems like these players kind of have the right idea in mind. However, let's consider the opponent's point of view in all these situations. In a Zerg vs Zerg, the player who's getting the faster Spire, his build is designed to hold off laying all-ins. Because what's the point of getting a faster Spire if you die to Zerglings every time? The strong point of that build is making sure he doesn't die to Zerglings. An early expanding Terran in Terran vs Zerg thinks to himself of ways to defend against these types of all-in attacks and harassments. The strong point of an early expanding Terran is really good defense. The Zerg player, who's expanding a lot, is not going to be throwing down expansions in hopes that the Protoss doesn't kill it. So he's going to make sure he has very strong defense for these expansions. With that in mind, what were our earlier players doing? They were not trying to find
It's a Day 9 podcast. It's very old Brewer podcast.
Strong points of their opponent's play. And that's a subtle difference that I'm going to gripe on for a minute. Because if you start spending all your time trying to abuse the holes in your opponent's strengths, a lot of times you'll be faced with a good enough player who doesn't really have any holes. He actually really is good enough to hold off that sort of attack. The easiest example would be the Terran player in the Terran vs Zerg, who can look at you trying to do your cute harassment with mutas and lings and say, well, I guess I just need to make an extra bunker and a few extra turrets, and then I win no matter what. And that is exactly what will happen every time. Therefore, we're going to talk about sidestepping. We're not going to rather we're going to exploit the weaknesses of our opponent's play so that we'll have a big advantage later on. Trying to sidestep your opponent's strength will become a key linchpin in the development of your builds and your ability to remain at a strategic advantage for longer games. So, let's begin with an extended example of sidestepping with a build that everybody knows about. It's 5-hatch Hydra against an early expanding Protoss and Zerg vs Protoss. When I first started playing Starcraft 11 years ago, early expanding as Protoss was not the standard play. So when players started to use it more and more, Zerg players in, 2001, 2002 or so, began countering it with every all-in that you could think of. They were doing the Ling all-ins, they were doing the slow lurker drop, they were doing the fast all-ins, this sort of thing. Because they were still locked in that mindset of, okay, something I'm not familiar with. I guess I gotta feel now. Protoss players do better defensively. Zerg players sidestep with their third hatch. And the Zergs would also abuse the fact that the Protoss were behind on tech by rushing to the fast. And then Zergs kind of had a nice little leg up on everything. Then one day, Bisu came along to popularize the fast Corsair play against Zerg. And Zergs who've been doing Mutalisks on daily basis were suddenly would come out with 6 or 8 Corsairs, demolish all the Mutalisks, and then eat up all the Overlords. And Zerg on 3 bases would have like 5 maximum food or something for half the game until he lost. What's really interesting is that if you go back and look at a whole bunch of the Zerg vs Protoss right after Bisu's win against Saber, sorry, spoiler alert, right after that period, Zerg players started doing the all-in styles again. You saw a lot of players doing new school Ling Hydra buffs. For instance, they would get Ling speed and then Hydra range, not Hydra speed, just Hydra range, and they would walk up to the cannons with the Hydras, they would pick them off and then run in with a bunch of speed Zerglings and all in that way. So all Hydra buffs being developed around then. The players who didn't do those big all-ins early on were trying to do the exact same things they did pre-Bisu against the new Corsair style. They were trying to jam the square rod into the circle hole, as you'd say. They were just trying to figure out a way to work and make the standard 3-hatch play work. However, since none of that was really working, we finally got to see the birth of 5-hatch Hydralisk, the play that we see so commonly today. 5-hatch Hydralisk was the first build that avoided the strengths of Corsair play and abused its greatest weakness. The fact that it is not very good at having a big mid-game army to control the center. The Protoss spent so much time and money going to Corsairs and building all the cannons that when it's time to start making a mid-game army, it's much more difficult to go for a big mid-game army when it's opened with Corsairs. It's really kind of funny if you stop and watch Zerg vs. Protoss from a total newbie's point of view. In fact, I had one of my friends over who had only ever played Starcraft, you know, on BGH with his buddies, and we were watching the high level Protoss together. It seemed like no one was or any defense for Protoss player expanded, built one cannon, then tech straight for Corsairs, and made one cannon in his base, and the Zerg was expanding a ton, making a ton of hatches and evo chambers, and the only things he ever really saw unit-wise was 4 Scourge and 3 Corsairs. At that point, I had to explain to him that the Zerg was avoiding the two biggest strengths of the Protoss early expanding build. He was avoiding attacking too early with those well-placed cannons, and he was avoiding getting any sort of air too early, because Corsairs are just so strong against air. As a result, the Zerg player's entire plan is for something later on down the line, that he's just avoiding the strength. Since I've spent a good bit of time on 5-hatch Hydralisk, let's move on to some other examples so we can see the real strength of side in all areas of Starcraft. In a lot of recent Terran versions, Flash do this 1 racks, 1 factory opening when he early expands. Flash will start making Medic Marine out of 1 barracks, and with that factory, he'll actually start getting Goliaths with range. It's really weird and really cute, and a lot of Zerg players have had tremendous difficulty defeating it. Similar to the previous example, a lot of Zerg players are trying to defeat this by just killing it with Mutiling early, doing some sort of all-in. Although we did see Jaylong able to take out Flash on Return to the King, most other Zergs are actually failing miserably when they do this. The Mutalisk harass gets crushed, and the hit point amount of Goliaths are able to hold off Lings really, really well. The most brilliant attack that I saw, however, was July Zerg against Flash on Radio Medusa in Zone 2. To understand why this was so brilliant, let's stop and think about what's really strong about the Goliath forces on to attack. In general, they have amazing range, and Marine do amazing damage when the Mutalisks are close enough. So this means that the Goliaths snipe at Mutalisk harass really well, and if the Mutalisks try to come in and kill the Goliaths, there's a whole bunch of Medic Marine there, ready to just eat the Mutalisks alive. In other words, this Flash opening is really good at holding off Mutalisk harass. Even if there are some Zerglings that are able to sneak in, Goliaths have a good amount of hit points, so the Marines can be microed behind it, and it's, again, very, very hard to kill. Even if the Zerg tries to do some sort of lurker, Goliath and Medic Marines can form a really nice arc, and, once again, the hit points of Goliaths make the lurkers significantly less effective. So, Flash's 1 rack, 1 factory build is most strong at holding off early to mid-game pressure. He's really good at keeping that fast expansion alive. Traditionally, when Zerg players open up with Mutalisk attacks, they transition into lurkers. Because you need those lurkers in order to hold off some sort of Medic Marine harass, or Medic Marine attack to kill an expansion. However, July Zerg knew that this sort of attack was not going to come in first mid-game, because that's not how Flash's build is designed. So, July Zerg correctly and comfortably made 5 hatches before his Hydralisk deck. As a result, July had a tremendously stronger economy when Flash was able to push out in time. Isn't that brilliant? I mean, when you go back and watch that game, you pretty much see July doing no attacking early. I mean, you're used to players like Radon, which is darting in and out with Mutalisks and never letting up any pressure on the player ever. But in that game, July because of the way he responded to the tremendously better Flash. Early, and ended up tossing up contain right outside the Fury's double bridge. Fury's response is a very common form of combat. It was not to try to kill the contain, so strong inside that double bridge. Rather, it was to get a bunch of shuttles and counter Flash's main. Flash is building so many units to keeping this contain alive. What was truly brilliant in that game was Flash's response, and it was fairly clear that Flash planned this response into his play. Think about what most players would do in Flash's position. They would bolster up the container, and then try to also bolster up the defenses in their main, trying to make sure that they didn't die to this counterplay, and also make sure that the contain continued to remain effective. You know what Flash did that was so brilliant? He abandoned the contain straight up, really early on. He just set the contain up, when the first shuttle started to go to his base, he just ditched the contain, and never reinforced it for the remainder of the game. His entire game plan revolved around hurting the Terran because his army was so far away from him. So, Flash put his whole army in his main. What's even more amazing is the fact that you can clearly see Flash's planned on sacking. A lot of times a player will temporarily bring units back to defend and then return to bolstering the containment. However, when you watch that game, Flash pulled his units back and down into the command center, preparing to expand to his left natural. The rest of the game was totally one-sided, because Flash turned the game into a 3-base Terran who was very well turtled, had solid defense, tech wide placed everywhere, but 2-base Protoss, who had spent most of his money not on gateways, but on lots of shuttles, reavers, and dark marks for harassment that never really how long that Pure assumed that they were playing this standard sort of game where Pure would be harassing so much and exploiting his weakness. However, Flash made sure that weakness was never even there because Flash sidestepped the entire normal game with Protoss and instead just played against I would like to finish up with a personal anecdote of one of the most rewarding experiences I have ever had in my entire Starcraft career. It's the story of how I developed a counter strategy I was having a huge amount of difficulty with, and the notion of sidestepping to come up with it. This is the story of Zerg Azalea, or whatever pronunciation you want, for that WCG map that looks like a swastika. So I'm going to call it Azalea. If you look at Azalea, it's wide open. There's no ramps. It's all on flat ground. There's a pretty wide open middle of coast good on the map. But I still prefer Lurker Lane open when there's that wide of space to deal with, and when the third and fourth gas are that hard to take. Recently, I started to really like going Lurker Lane as I played through a whole bunch of games. However, the big problem I encountered was against players who went 2 racks, fast tank push. A really good Terran player would get to my front. Before I had Lurker. So I set up a bunch of bunkers and turrets and just start slowly pushing forward until he eventually was able to kill my mineral and battle at the front. Timing-wise, my Lurker would finish around the time my 3rd or 4th sunken colony would die. I did say that the chokes were fairly large, but not really large flying a well-positioned bunker tank marine army. So the first few times I tried to get to right when my Lurkers finished, he would kill my whole army, finish off my mineral natural, and then just walk into my base and win. In my next few attempts, I tried to make more sunken colonies to stay alive a little longer. Then I was a little bit low on minerals, and again, still in that entrenched position right outside my a little bit of extra time I would get. I would maybe be able to get 7 or 8 Lurkers, but still, I'm hitting 4 army bunkers, a whole bunch of marines and tanks that are really perfectly placed right at the front. Then I started to get more Zerglings early on, which overwhelmed his army with Zerglings before it ever even got to my front. Again, I encountered Terrans who were good enough that they would just micro-kill it, and then I would be in an even worse position than I was before. I was feeling I didn't want to have to abandon this lurker ling opening. It was doing so well against early expanders, against other run-based play, against mech. I didn't want to ditch the entire strategy because there was one problem. So I started to really sit down and think, what is really good about this fast tank push? And it really was the position right outside my natural, and I could not figure out a way to save that mineral. Suddenly, it dawned upon me that I didn't need to save that mineral. Resource-wise, I already have my other natural with gas. Additionally, it's a much wider choke once you get past the mineral natural expansion. So if I did try to walk forward even more, I'd be able to flank him with a whole bunch of Zerglings and lurkers. And he doesn't have a whole bunch of bunkers there because there's still two. It's much better to just until I now have 12 lurkers and then 5 to 6 controllers. And then I can break his contain really much. And at that point, fast tank is pretty much screwed. He's devoted so much resources to getting there early and punching himself from the turret. He doesn't have nearly strong enough economy with my fully functional bases and my tech that's already heading towards defilers and a whole bunch of upgrades. These tank pushes were so easy and it felt so great because he had this great position set up and he'd kill everything. I would just not deal if I just happily moved my drones away and I had this line of lurkers there and it was just this very quiet before I came out with this giant army rolled as one. In fact, I remember a particularly kick-ass game where I was against some player who was 65-1, and the game again felt so easy, and I felt like describe that would make you feel awesome. But strategically, it allows you to win games that you're having a tremendous amount of trouble with just by stepping back, analyzing the situation, and making sure you're not trying to hit your opponent at the greatest level. This is ways to incorporate some sidestepping. All your games go on longer. For instance, let's say you're playing Protoss vs. Zerg, and the Zerg player comes out with a big attack, and you absolutely demolish it. You as a player would just go counterattack and win. However, in that circumstance, I want you to instead take an expansion safely. Use the fact that your opponent cannot attack you, cannot hold off or take arms. Make opportunities to create late games rather than making opportunities to kill your opponent. Our forces are under attack. To abuse long-term thinking, and by doing so, you'll find that your early much more clear and much easier in the long run. And that about wraps it up. I sincerely hope you take this advice and go kick some ass. Cheers, everyone. Hey everyone, this is Onslaught, aka J9, presenting today the Hallmark Expert Forces on having a good mindset. In virtually any pro gamer interview you'll read or see online, whenever they ask, how were you able to win today, the pro gamer always seems to respond, oh, it's because I practiced so much, I haven't slept or eaten for 3 weeks because I've only practiced tirelessly to win this match. Of course, I don't think anyone would argue against the fact that Starcraft is an incredibly difficult game that requires a small amount of practice if you want to maintain your skill level, let alone improve a bunch. However, it's really easy to put too much emphasis on practice. I'm sure everyone has heard the kid who sleeps all the way through high school because when he gets home at 3 p.m., he does nothing but play Starcraft until 5 in the morning. He wants to be the best. However, after a year and a half of doing this, that kid is still C- and cannot seem to get any aspect of his play better than that. So, the practice is really important. Many people, such as the kid I just mentioned, will not based upon the huge amount of hours they play simply because they have the wrong mindset. These are the players that cannot reflect upon their game and analyze it properly, and as a result, instead, naturally, one of my structure to the thought process, so that way, you don't end up in any sort of mental having a right mindset is a big, broad term that encompasses a huge aspect of play. What I'm going to do is present 5 ideas, each of which can only help to improve your play, and hopefully other areas of your life too. So with that in mind, let's begin. Number 1, always have a plan. Note that I did not say always have ability. The plan is generally what that is. Always need to know what your plan is first. More with an example. Suppose an intermediate Terran player has a build, Terran versus Protoss, on Destination, that allows him to set up a contain outside the Protoss natural. Virtually anyone who would watch the game when the contain is all set up would say, oh yeah, the Terran's in a really good situation right now. The Protoss will possibly break that contain across the double layers. The Protoss will have to do some sort of shuttle harass, maybe extend it out back to their own action. Either way, the Terran is in a great position. The Terran player totally collapse and lose the game in a silly fashion. For instance, this Terran player will overcommit to his contain, and then when the Protoss starts doing counter harass drops, they'll do way more damage than they're supposed to, and the Terran will end up losing. Or sometimes you'll get a Terran player who will get overexcited at the fact that he has this nice contain, and they'll try to push into the natural, and get continuously pushed back by Dragoons, Reavers, and Zealots. Note that I am not saying that this Terran player shouldn't push into the natural, and I'm not saying that Protoss counterattacking will always work. Rather, what I'm saying is that the Terran should have already had a plan of what he wanted to do after that contain was set up. Whether he wants to play passively or aggressively is fine. It's most important that the Terran player had that all laid out in his mind in advance. Moreover, when I say plan, I do not mean a series of responses. Responses and counters is actually this toxic mindset that's completely polluted most forums on the internet. Thinking too much in this "he does A, I'll forces on attack" can result in what I would say is very toxic play. Let's take Protoss a lot of Mutalisks. I'll make some Corsairs now so I can hold that off. When their first starts getting some Hydras, and they think, well, I'll get Stormed and make sure I can hold that off in my front. Maybe get a few extra cannons, and then they'll get some Dragoons when they see Lurkers, and they'll have to get some Observers too, and then they want to make sure they get Zealot leg speed, and what ends up happening is that they end up with this nonsensical, silly-timed army that accomplish any task, Observers will come out too early and do enough damage to the Lurkers. This sort of player gets staged for High Templar and then have to morph into Archons. They'll have a whole bunch of Corsairs that also were used to try to counter those Mutalisks. But now, all the Mutalisks are dead and they have a whole bunch of Corsairs that can't really do anything for the remainder of the game. Zerg are very good at defending the Overlord. This is exactly the sort of problems you encounter when you think too responsively. So, let's run through an example of having a really good plan. Let's take Terran vs. Terran on Destination. One of the key things that I immediately noted when I saw Destination is that the left and the right positions are because they're not if you control the ramp at both the left and right, then you will end up with a resource advantage. Long before they expand, just because it's such a key tactical point that, by securing, guarantees late-game economic advantage. So let's say I wanted to play Terran. note that I suck. So, what I would do is I would first say, what's my plan? Okay, it is to try to secure the left and right expansion ridges. That way, I can win at in the late game with battle cruisers or whatever. I just want to win through starving my opponent to death. You know, they really because now that I have my plan in mind, I can make responses that I do just violate my underlying game plan, and I can make sure that my build leads all the way up to securing that left and right ridge area. Build orders that I'll explore in the game, getting many factories and vultures, secure the middle region with vultures, and then get a whole bunch of for my third expansion or something like that. Whether it works out or not, I'll find out the exact thing. But all of this will be dictated by my underlying game plan. And let's further say that I'm sacrificing. I have these bridges secure and I'm in the middle of a game, and suddenly it seems like one of his expansions might be vulnerable if I walk right into it. Is that a good idea to do? Well, probably not, because it completely contradicts my game plan. Why would I give up control of the rig when my entire build up to that point is securing this rig? Obviously, if I can kill the expansion and make sure my rig is still secure at the left right, then yeah, by all means. But always screw something up in my overall game. Again, however, I will have far more success than a player who is talented mechanically, purely because my gameplay and learning is guided by the underlying number 2. Don't ghost. Another way is don't convince yourself that things are true when really they only exist in your own mind. You'll see this a lot of times when the intermediate player starts moving up the ranks. Hit B- for the first time ever, and he's playing against another B or B- player. In his head, he'll say, oh no, I'm worried I'm playing against a better player. He'll modify his play because his opponent is quote-unquote dead. For instance, a friend of mine in Codon vs. Terran was having a great deal of trouble against the Vulture Horde, so he started to get his forge a little bit earlier so he could build cannons. However, as he moved up and started to play against better and better players, he just got increasingly worried about Vulture Harass. Not that the Vulture Harass was actually doing more damage, he just felt more scared. As a result, he started to build 2 cannons expansions instead of 1. And then all of a sudden, he was getting his forge even long before his 3rd expansion started. And really, what he was doing was wasting a ton of money just to alleviate a fear of reality. On the reverse side, players do weird things against worse opponents. They'll throw few darnies in willy-nilly because if I die, whatever, I have better macro, I can win anyways. Or they'll make extra defense because, quote, well, as long as I don't win now, I know I can win later. There is absolutely nothing clever about playing shitty against a bad player. You should play as well as you can against all players. The easiest way to fix this is even thought was scary about the game. If you're against a good player and you thought, oh, I'm scared about Vulture Harass, or if you're against a bad player and you thought, oh, I'm scared of losing some all in. Notice what that fear was, what that thought was, and then rewatch the replay. Validity to your For me, personally, I used to be terrified of a Terran army. But when I went back and watched the replays, I would go, wow, he had like 20 less medic marine than I thought he did. And then I built up much more confidence over time when attacking these large medic marine armies. Number 3. Trust your own logic over whatever trends you throw away all the vocabulary, talk nonsense, and a lot of counter,
Our forces are under attack.
or unorthodox, or cheesy. for discussion, just to, give people a sense of what's going on. I can say, oh, this player is standard Terran versus Zerg. Listeners have a much clearer idea of what's going on. However, why is it standard in Terran versus Zerg? In fact, controlling a mech army is way easier than controlling a green army, so why isn't mech standard? Our forces are under attack. Or what is clearly correct for you. This means that you should have a much more comfort with player getting hype alert for a long time instead of getting really fast fire. Then by all means, but every player is always, at all points in time, looking around on various strategies, you're aware of what all the possibilities of all the other races are. And then when you find a strategy that you like, you should dig deeply into that and find all the possible nuances and variations and solutions that you can in that style of play. Never, ever think that you should play standard because it is standard in any sense of the word. Even the use of the word counter,
brother,
because it implies that there is an if a
how he can have so much
interaction going on in Starcraft, which there isn't. Even something like, oh yeah, Reavers counter Medic Marine really well. Yeah, that's true until you play against Up Magic, and then he manages to kill all your Reavers anyway, and then you just lose immediately. Sure, going Medic Marine against Reaver might be tough to figure out.
Oh my god, he's on 10Ks, bro. What the fuck?
And you feel your play is much stronger and more sustainable when you do that, then 100% of the time you follow your own develop your own style of play. Keep a very strong awareness of your mental state throughout the entire game. Things like panicking when something bad happens, or getting a flood of adrenaline when you think you're at an advantage, or even when you get to that relaxed state where you can
I mean, shit, he's max out.
That I never did in my normal practice. I would sit down and say, okay, focus on your build, and the game would say, okay, you can do this, you're a really strong player.
Oh my god.
Got this. He might be good, but you're really good too.
Oh shit, he was max out, man.
My first overlord because I was busy talking to myself like an idiot. I mean, why on earth am I sitting here talking to myself mentally in a game when I have never done that in any practice game ever? Ideally, you like to be in this state of pure mental focus throughout any game of StarCraft, whether it be a tournament game, an Icy Cup game, or even an Icy Cup game against a player you think is really, really good. This is the place that we call the zone, and to get into the zone, you need to spend a very long time working out any sort of tendency or nuance you have that could impact your play. The easiest way to clear out your mind and to remain
So tired from that game?
is to just keep note of all the extraneous thoughts that can get in the way of your focus, and then to try to work each one out one at a time until you have razor focus all game long. And finally, number 5, which is somewhat of a culmination of everything I've said so far, is to have confidence in your execution and skepticism and doubt in your analysis. When you're playing the game, you should be convinced that what you're doing is absolutely correct, so that way you can maximize your efficiency with whatever you're doing, whether it be a really...
I mean, shit, let's take a look at that replay.
After the game is when you should look at your play and say, what did I do right and wrong here? What's a way that I could improve? What's a build he could have done that would have crushed this 100% of the time? And that is when you think of what adjustments you want to make for the next game. And of course, in that next game, you will play with 100% confidence as though everything you're doing is absolutely correct. A huge issue a lot of players deal with is that when they're in a game, and they get thrown off just a little bit, maybe they might get storm dropped, or maybe they see a strategy they haven't seen before, that's when they start to analyze their play and to make these large-scale adjustments. Unless that adjustment was part of your plan, don't do it. you need to make sure that what you're doing is something that you're comfortable and confident with. That is what's going to maximize your chance of winning. Not some last-guessing strategy you pulled out.
Man, so far so good, man.
For some reason, you do find yourself in a situation where you.
This is like a really good start. It's not even as like, look at the expansion timing. It's like 12 minutes.
Follow it through all the way. Then after the game, you can go back and say, okay, I was totally thrown off by that. What would have been a good response in this situation? What would have been a good way to
maybe actually
the situation entirely?
I kind of lose the game
that
here.
Wraps up the little mindset spiel.
Positioning was bad.
You guys can use this to clean out your play and make sure that there's no
I think one of the biggest problems in this game is that I made a counterattack onto this expansion that pretty much did nothing because it has high tempers and cannons. It's not this one, it's not this stack, it's later on. But I'm trying to take this expansion. She's coming here, so I counterattack. That didn't work out. I mean, bro. See, I made a huge counter now, but yeah. All died to storm cannons. Really bad trade, didn't accomplish anything. And now I'm actually in a really bad spot here. Oh yeah, I forgot, yeah. Also lose this expansion, so I lose so much momentum, bro, in this game. With that move. Because if I had all these units, I'm probably not dying to this. I mean, he just fucking walked. Look at this, like, expansion is dying in seconds. This is some kind of like Starcraft 2... Starcraft 2 time to kill. Look at this shit, bro, like... Look at all the defense that is here. It's true I move out the lurkers, but wow. He just like walking, like you will think like holy shit 5 Sankers, right? Like, I mean, they're probably like three or 4 Sankers attacking 1 Dragoon. Do the like look at the damage, like 40, bro. Like, what are we talking about here? That expansion died so quick, I can't believe it. Anyway, did the best I could denying this one. But now it's just too much. Like, look, you go here and nothing, you can do shit. Silos and cannons, like... The fire doesn't even like... It's comedy, bro. It's actually comedy, bro, like... Do you see, like, to all of you guys, like, sometimes are like, oh yeah, see, the fire is super in, but bro, shut up, bro. You don't even play the fucking game. You don't even play the fucking game to say the fire is Simba. You don't even fucking understand. Like, I mean, if you have the whole map, maybe the fire is Simba, but does it matter anyway? You have the whole map. I think, like, honestly, he did like all the necessary moves to defend expansions. Like, there is no fucking Swarm or shit that can do like actually nothing to these expansions. Like, he even have like coursers. That's the reason actually I didn't spray my overlords at all. Well, yeah. Bro, I don't gonna lie, I'm so tired, bro. Like, I almost wanna like stop playing already. I'm so tired I am from that game. Like, it's fucking like, actually like it absorbed my whole energy. I don't know why. The only thing I really not really proud of this game is that apparently I forgot to graze the +3, so I was on 2-2 for a long time, bro. Like probably 23 minutes I should be. Let me check about the graze. I feel like 23 minutes I should be like +3 already, right? If I'm not mistaken. I'm grading what here? +2 melee. That's probably when I stop upgrading. Let me see that +2 timing. What is the? So that's a +2 timing. It's going to finish at 20? So yeah, when this upgrade finished, I was probably supposed to be upgrading the +3 already. 20 minutes starting +3. Don't know exactly how long takes upgrades, like 1 minute 30 or something? Don't remember. Anyway. I mean, shit, like, I'm not even making this up, guys. Like, even each time I try to do something, there was like enough units everywhere to defend, bro. And on top of that, his army was massive. Like, it almost feels like I'm playing against 100 population extra here. Like, I don't know how he does that, but wow. Honestly. Reaper is such a tanky unit. It's funny how Protoseekos works, to be honest. Like, it work. Like, he was on like 120, 130 supply, but wow, he's just like, it's like playing against fastest, like someone using fastest minerals, you know. Like, Like to me, it's not like not the same experience. It's like, yeah, I have 2 bases, but actually not getting any income. Like, and this guy just one base, put all the workers here. It's like, boom. It's like such a boosting. It sounds like I'm complaining, but honestly, it is what it is. It's been like this all the time. You know it. I feel like if I was at least on 3 bases, I probably could like compete with the production. But I mean, yeah. I was not really able to do that, bro. I was not. Anyway, I think that's pretty much the game, man. So tired, guys. I'm going to fucking like, I'm going to take some staples or something, man. I'm losing my mind here. I may take some steps, bring some water, you know, the good stuff. Yeah, I'm telling you, the amount of energy that requires to play Zerg, bro. Jesus. It's kind of insane, especially with this hot weather. We require more minerals. Saludos Ian, cuando un stream puro latino, mi hermano. Saludos de Chile, veo todos estos videos. El problema es que hay más gente que lo ve en inglés que en español. Muy poca gente que lo ve en español.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals.
Spreek je goed Nederlands, mijn bro?
Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Spawn more overlords.
You don't understand my Netherlands. Yes, my Dutch, Jesus.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more overlords. Spawn more overlords.
Man, after playing such a long game, I feel like playing CBC is not that bad.
Require more minerals.
It is actually a good thing.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Evolution complete. forces are under attack.
Huge mistake. She's not attacking.
Spawn more overlords. 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 Spawn more will require more minerals. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack.
Fuck.
We require more minerals. Spawn more overlords. We require more minerals. Spawn more overlords. We require more minerals. Spawn more overlords.
Probably he has a spore, so even if I wanted, I can attack. That's funny. Kill all the drones.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. 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 Our forces are under attack.
You kidding me? You kidding me?
We require more minerals. 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 Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords.
Ay, hola, hola muchachos.
Spawn more overlords. Require more minerals. 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 We require more rescue gas. Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords.
Didn't touch in that SCV one time. Not even one.
Evolution complete. forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. We require more Vespene gas. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Forces are under Vespene gas. Forces are under attack. We require more Vespene gas. We require more Vespene. Our forces are under attack. We require more Vespene gas. forces are under attack. Evolution complete. We require more Vespine gas. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. We require more Vespine gas. Evolution complete. We require more Vespine gas. Our forces are under attack. We require more Vespine gas. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Evolution complete. We require more minerals. The hive cluster is under attack. We require more Vespine gas. Our forces are under attack.
What's up, boss? Travel season.
We require more minerals.
That is a really good question.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Spawn more overlords.
I feel like the whole year
More overlords.
you can find tourist people here.
Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords.
Especially in Brussels. Brussels is always like...
Overlords.
It's a very touristic place. But I live very far from Brussels.
We require more minerals.
I live in a very calm place. Almost no... and no huge populations. Very calm place. Like Brussels is honestly... Brussels is a different beast. You know, it's the capital, so it makes sense, like... Probably in every capital everything is like more active. But it's not like the weather is like... super nice, you know. Most of the time here in Belgium is rainy. So for that I don't really think like there is like a season here to visit the country. So I'm really like debating if it is now tourist season.
Forces are under attack.
I mean, sure, maybe, you know, summer, people tend to travel more in summer, so maybe it's tourist season. But if you come to Belgium, it's not really for the weather, so I really doubt anyone's coming to Belgium for the weather. I mean, I love it, to be honest. I don't really like sun all the time, so to me it's perfect. It's cloudy, you know, like I'm actually into that, you know, like kind of like gothic shit, I guess. Don't really dress gothic, but I kind of like the weather and all of that, like that. But yeah, I don't really see you coming to Belgium for the weather. And to go to the beach, like the beach even in this season is like so cold. Like you need to be a Superman to get into the beach, into that ocean. I don't know, bro. I honestly don't know. I love Belgium. I feel like it's the best place in the world, but it's because it's actually like really fit me, how I am as a person, I guess. Jesus. No, we lose the game.
The hive post is under attack. We require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals.
Wow, wow, wow.
Require more minerals.
Relájate, gallego.
Require more minerals. Spawn more overlords. Spawn require more minerals. Require more minerals. Spawn more overlords. Require more minerals. 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 Our forces are under attack. Require more minerals.
GG! What's up, DTF? That's something here. Se pone alrededor de 7:30 o algo así. Bro, my Nightbot is not working properly. I don't know why. Nightbot, what happened to you, bro? It's not working anymore. I will figure out this later on. I mean, I can't believe I've been playing for 2 hours. And it feels like I've been playing for like 10. That Zerg versus Protoss early on, that actually like killed me like actually like it got all my energy. We need to play some new maps, man. If there was someone to play the new ASL maps, that would be something cool to do. I need to find someone that wanna do some green on the new maps, new ASL maps. Really curious how they play out. Hopefully Blizzard, I mean, hopefully we can expand Blizzard when the new maps get like the official starting the ASL, and expand Blizzard today to those maps, at least few of them, and get something new on ladder. Actually, well, I don't know. No, they probably don't have those maps on Shield Battery. I don't know exactly what is the Shield Battery map pool right now. I don't even know if the 1 versus 1 ladder is active. Look at Lancer, man. So it has 2090 MMR. That's pretty close to mine. Because I left some games earlier against some low MMR foreigner and I lose many points. I mean, Lancer is actually like he has more MMR than me, 2050. Lancer is winning the race. Bad boy.
We require more minerals.
You probably didn't know these guys, but Sylphid
Require more minerals.
it's not really the same Sylphid we played 1 year ago.
More minerals.
They modified the map so much that it's actually like now trash for Zerg players.
More minerals. We require more minerals.
Used to be one of my favorite maps. Now it's like I don't even want to play this map anymore.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
They added the spots where Zealots can trade with Zerglings 1 by 1.
Spawn more overlords.
They added that in like almost every expansion. They reduced the gas from and the resources from this expansion here on the side.
Spawn more overlords.
This one, this one, this one.
Spawn more overlords.
They added 8 minerals to the natural. So now a race like Protoss or Terran are really capable of destroying you and getting like huge income boost on 2 bases. Like before it was 7 patches, now it's 8. And they also added some mechanics to the natural. And the walls are like more perfect now, so it's kind of tricky to be aggressive on the map anymore. So they actually nerfed Zerg pretty hard on this map, when it was already one of the most balanced maps in the scene.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals.
And I didn't know this. I was playing Phil Siegfried so confident, until I read the patch notes and it all made so much sense why I was struggling so much. I thought that Terran and Protoss players stepped up the game, but no, it's just the map that changed. It's crazy, isn't it? Oh, it's mech. I thought he was making two Starports.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals.
She's not making turrets.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Spawn more overlords. Our forces are under attack. Spawn more overlords. forces are under attack. Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords. Require more minerals.
Shit!
Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Evolution complete. Evolution complete. Require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Require more minerals.
What the hell?
Spawn more overlords. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Evolution complete. Evolution complete. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Require more minerals. Require more minerals.
I'm going to make queens.
Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords. Evolution complete. Our forces are under attack. Evolution complete. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. Evolution complete. We require more Vespine gas. Evolution complete. Evolution complete. We require more Vespine gas. We require more Vespine gas. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. 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 Evolution complete. forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. We require more Vespine gas. Our forces are under attack. We require more Vespine gas. Evolution complete. Evolution complete. We require more Vespine gas. Evolution complete. Our forces are under attack. The hive cluster is under attack. We require more Vespine gas. Evolution complete. We require more Vespine gas.
That was a waste.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Where's the defiler, man?
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Yeah. I mean, that guy was so behind on two bases with a mineral only. I really doubt he could stop Guardians, mass Guardians. But in theory, like, it usually is not really good, because Goliath range is capable of killing Guardians, and on top of that, it's not the same like Goliath upgrades like 3-3, 2-2. Like, it will demolish Guardians. It will not even close. GG.
We require more minerals. 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 Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords.
I think if you are able to scout and to
Require more minerals.
predict what kind of mech the Terran player is going to do, the game is going to be way easier for you, because you know when to drone and when to. I mean, you know if you can just drone up and not make that many units, or just make units and not drone up.
Require more minerals.
And sometimes it's very tricky
Require more minerals.
to get that information. That's actually one of my biggest problems with mech.
Require more minerals.
It's I don't really know what the fuck I'm playing against.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
Just cross the spawn.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
No, I don't want best of 5 against Dandy, bro. I'm tired of playing against all these guys. Have millions of games. I love Dandy, but not really up to play him. These days, I want to relax. I mean, relaxing in Starcraft is hard, but I don't really find enjoyment in playing these foreigner players.
Evolution complete.
That is pretty much the reason I don't play tournaments or don't play anything pretty much. It's just boring, plain boring. But I'm enjoying quite a bit playing ladder now.
Our forces are under attack.
There was a time I wasn't even able to enjoy playing ladder. I mean, I not even played the game, to be honest. I'm actually grinding these days, so it's going good.
We require more Vespine gas. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more Vespine gas.
Where are they?
require more minerals. Evolution complete. Spawn more overlords. Our forces are under attack. Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords. Our forces are under attack. 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 Our forces are under attack.
That was cool.
require more minerals. 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 Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords. Require more minerals.
Bro, don't you think it's better to play on high, for real?
Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords. Require more minerals.
Hello, hello.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals.
Oh my god, it's a Protoss! Thought I was playing against Terran.
Our forces are under attack.
I actually thought I was playing against Terran.
Require more minerals.
Forgot.
Our forces are under attack. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Evolution require more minerals. Require require more minerals. We 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 require more minerals. Spawn more overlords. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. Spawn more overlords. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. Spawn more overlords. We require more minerals. Spawn more overlords. We require more Vespene gas. Vespene gas. We require more Vespene gas. We require more Vespene gas. We require more minerals. We require more Vespene gas. We require more Vespene gas. Evolution complete.
What the fuck?
Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Evolution complete. Require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Evolution complete. Evolution complete. Our forces are under attack. Require more minerals. 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 Evolution complete. Require more minerals. Spawn more overlords. Require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. More minerals. Our forces are under attack. Require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Yeah, what?
Our forces are under attack. Require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. forces are under attack. Extreme gas. Our forces are under attack. Evolution complete. Evolution complete. Our forces are under attack. We require more extreme gas. We require more extreme gas. Our forces are under attack. Forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Evolution complete. Extreme gas. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. The hive cluster is under attack. Evolution complete. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Evolution complete. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Evolution complete. The hive cluster is under attack. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. forces are under attack. The Hydra is under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. We require more Vespene gas. Our forces are under attack. Evolution complete. Our forces are under attack. More Vespene gas. Our forces are under attack. The hive cluster is under attack. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. We require more Vespene gas. We require more minerals. We require more Vespene gas. Our forces are under attack. Spawn more forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. forces are under attack. We require more minerals.
No! Check out the whole base!
Our forces are under attack. 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 We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. More minerals. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
I don't have eco. Fuck, man.
Our forces are under attack.
Why even going to complain?
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. require more minerals. We require more minerals. Forces are under attack. The hive cluster is under attack. Our forces are under attack. Require more minerals.
Ah, GG, man. Fuck. Man, I'm going to ban Poly, but holy shit, bro. Man, I'm going to do it, like... Fuck. I mean, playing Cyber Spiders on Polypo, bro, is... It's like the worst experience ever. I mean, he just decided like most of his army to kill the Hatcher. Is crazy, bro. Fucking the Templar, man. Man, bro, the games on Polybar is so shit. That's insane, bro. Honestly, that's actually insane, bro. Oh my god, I have played 2 games on Polyboy today. I fucking like hate my life. I almost win now, bro. Those players, they take one base, it's like playing fastest. Can take so many expansions on Polypoid. And it's like almost like it can't do anything about it. Holy shit. If at least I won one of those games, bro, like at least the waste of energy, like we have like I don't know, a plus or some motivation, but I'm actually in the ground right now, bro. I waste all that energy and I still lose the games, bro. Like, I feel so bad right now. I'm rolling in the ground with that game. I mean, I'm back to back two games like that. That is just depressing, honestly. Oh Jesus! Don't know if I stop the string or just like keep going. To be honest. I missed that Templar as well, bro. Like, I swear to God, I was checking every place for that Templar. I didn't see anything. He was hiding in a little corner there and just kill all the eco, and then started to drop. I lose all the momentum because he also killed the Nidus. No, honestly, I'm too tired, bro. Like, oh my god. You just put way too much energy in that chip, bro. Way too much energy. BRB, man. BRB. Okay, I'm not going to stream tomorrow anyway, Wednesday, so we're already 4 hours. Let's see what we do. Let's see what we do. I will try to play some more games, but I feel like it's honestly time to take a break. That was training, not gonna lie, guys. That game, man, holy shit.
Require more minerals.
The Polypoid map has to be one of the most boring maps that, I mean, they create recent times. Jesus. It's really like, these products play, they just take bases, bro. You can do that. You can deny, you can really like. Well, anyway, I banned the map. Honestly, I'd rather play Fighting Spirit than Polypoid. That was a map actually I banned when the season started, but I unbanned it because I wasn't getting that many games and I thought that we'll get more games on Polypoid, whatever, bro, like. Really need a break from that map. I tell you, almost every game I play on Polypoid is impossible to kill the Protoss. Just need to play these so long ass games and just so boring.
Require more minerals.
They play 9 point.
Require more minerals.
Wait, that can be 9 pull, that is 9 hatchery.
Evolution complete. Spawn more overlords. 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 Our forces are under attack. Spawn more overlords. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
Holy shit!
Our forces are under attack.
Game crash. The level am I playing today? Playing against 2300 is not ideal.
Require more minerals. 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 Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords. Require more minerals. Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords. Require more minerals. 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 Our forces are under attack.
Took forever to attack, bro.
Our forces are under attack. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. The hive cluster is under attack. Require more minerals. 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 Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords. Our forces are under attack. require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Evolution complete. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. We require more Vespine gas. Evolution complete. Evolution. We require high forces under attack. We require more. Our forces are under attack. Require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Require more minerals. Our forces forces are under attack. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. 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 We require infesting gas. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. The hive cluster is under attack. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. The hive cluster is under attack. We require more minerals.
Oh, boring. So boring. Fucking shit, man. Every single range, bro. So boring.
We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack.
And you can't even deal with that fucking army.
We require more minerals.
It's not mining nothing, bro.
Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. The hive cluster is under attack. Our forces are under attack. forces are under attack.
And to play one more game, that's gonna be it. I really need a break from this game. And 1 million marines and win the game. That's what he did. Bro, my motivation really went to the ground.
We require more minerals. 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 Spawn more overlords. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. More overlords. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
Bro, like legit, how?
Evolution complete.
I changed the rally point so many times. And my Zerglings are still going cross.
Our forces are under attack. More overlords. Spawn more overlords. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Okay, let's play one more. Let me put some music on my phone or something. Put some Drake, man. See if I can get my shit back. Holy shit. If you know, you know. Música pro es para que te motives. ¿Qué música es esa, Antonio? ¿Dónde está? Okay, this is a good track. How to Leon, watch my stream, bro. You're going to improve. If you know, you know, baby. I don't know what to tell you.
We require more minerals. 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 Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords. Require more minerals. 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 Require more Vespine gas.
And the Starcraft players, bro, they probably do different shit, huh?
Spawn more overlords. Our forces are under attack. Evolution complete. require more minerals. Evolution. Require more minerals. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Spawn more overlords. Evolution complete. Spawn more overlords. Evolution complete. Spawn more overlords. Require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. minerals.
The Matrix never ends.
Cluster is under attack. Forces are under attack.
No.
Our forces are under attack. Forces are under attack. We require more minerals. Forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Forces are under attack. forces are under attack. Forces are under attack.
Ja. This.
We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Minerals. We require more minerals. Enough energy. Our forces are under attack. We require more vegetable gas. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. 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 We require more vegetable gas. Our forces are under attack. The hive cluster is under attack. We require more vegetable gas. Our forces are under attack. We require more vegetable gas. Our forces are under attack.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Jeez, that was so close. He actually was leading that. GG, bro, GG. Okay, guys. That's it for me. That's it for today. Tomorrow no stream, but we will be back on Thursday. So if you wanna see more Starcraft, man, see you on Thursday, then Friday. Back to back. Yeah, bro. Hope you enjoyed the games, man. If you enjoyed the games, I will see you on Thursday. Thanks for watching. Bye bye. GG's. GG.